annual report that the European Commission publish every year from 2020, exactly on the situation of conformity of the rule of law in the European Union, and looking then what the member state do about the rule of law. We have 4 pillars, and these are the justice system, anti-corruption framework, the media pluralism, and very important too, institutions, how institutions behave, and the check and balances between institutions, the public institution. There are obviously a lot of specific aspects and conditions that should be applied to be in conformity for each one of these pillars. For example, speaking about justice systems, it's very important an effective judicial review, and to ensure compliance with law, obviously, as well as to measure the public perception of a fair and correct justice system. Another aspect of real important dimension is the influence that executive and the legislative as well run over the activities of judges. If the influence is too high, this is a real problem for the maintenance of a sufficient level of rule of law. About anti-corruption, we already said a lot of things. Perception, again, is very important, and another very important aspect. Like, obviously, a correct and a sound administrative public system. But I think that perhaps media pluralism is another aspect that today we are not mentioned, but is important as well as the other one, or perhaps also more, because the monitoring from the public in general, but especially from the part that has special competencies about the control of how a public system is run, journalists, is really important. Without this form of control, effective control, it's difficult to think of existence of a convincing rule of law applied in a state, or more in general in each entity. And to finish with the institutional check and balance, one between the many aspects taken into account by the Commission, I underline the special attention on the excessive use of accelerated and emergency legislation by the government. In that case, if the government used too much this instrument, this could jeopardize the legislative and the capacity of legislative to run in a right way this principle and the public in general, the public good in general. Yes, I accelerate, and we said already a lot of things about the situation in the 4 countries, the 4 Balkan countries that we are studying in depth: Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia and Albania. The situation is not satisfying, and this is also the position of the European Commission, that each year, through a report, examine in depth the situation, also about the rule of law. The report are more or less of 120 pages, and almost 40 pages are on the situation about the rule of law. And the final consideration, in my opinion, are two. The first is that the principle of rule of law still remains a pillar of the European Union identity. And what happened in Poland and Hungary, and the suspension procedure that were activated against these countries, the member countries, show that is really remain a pillar of the European Union, the rule of law. About the banker countries, there are a lot of things to do more, as we have seen. And in particular, the corruption is the aspect to be taken in special attention. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Fabio, for clarifying some of these very important legal issues, learning more about the principle of rule of law, which is really fundamental in the Western Balkans. And probably if you look at these reports of the European Commission, probably the greatest criticism is precisely on the non-application, on weak rule of law. So thank you. Unfortunately, we are actually out of time, but I wonder whether we can have 5 extra minutes, Enrico. Huh? We had a number of exceptional events. We started late, and then we had to make a break. We made a coffee break. So just 5 minutes for questions or comments, also to our speakers. All our speakers are still with us. So would somebody like to raise a question or make a comment about some of the presentations that we had this morning? It's been a long morning. You may have already forgotten some of the presentations, but we discussed political issues, Professor Telkarevich, and then we saw the importance of international assistance and how it can be biased towards objectives that are perhaps not the priority objectives. We had Luca Pieroni, we had Stefano Bianchini, we had Jelena Jankic, who talked about the capture of the state, the various channels that actually enable the capture of the state. So, well, some of you arrived late, so you may not have heard some of the speakers. If there are no comments, we can move on. Enrico, would you like to take over?
Clearly, they are tired and they want to lunch.
Yes, yes, exactly. So I'll just move out and let you come in.
Allora, voi per il momento. Adesso
Strategic solution.
sì, adesso lo giro. Tanto vi faccio. Allora. Ok, si vede la presentazione da... Ok. Perfetto. Sì, ma penso è più difficile. Ok. Well, thank you to everybody. Good morning. As Fabio said, the conference day is very busy, and I don't want to abuse your patience and attentions. The quality of the interventions today and yesterday allow me to say with pride that Perugia really proposed itself as a center of excellence for studies in corruption and anti-corruption. And I, as coordinator of the Center for Legality and Participation Studies, LEPA Center, and co-organizer of this conference, I'm particularly proud of it. Allow me to say thanks to the staff of the conference, the administrative managers, the colleagues involved, starting with Rita Marchetti and Milika Uvalic. Special thanks to Anna Stanziano, Roberto Mincigrucci, Francesco Merenda, and in particular to Diletta Paoletti, who was and is a pillar of the project as a whole. Indeed, although it has a standalone prominence in the program, mine is a passing speech after the beautiful morning session that investigate the challenges. Wait a moment, I have a problem with my... Okay. See. Okay. Adesso, okay. Today, yeah, I find it. Okay. Well, that of the enlargement to the east towards the Western Balkans, the Berlin process, is a question that must be placed with renewed attention at the center of the European debate and brought to completion. A challenge that is absolutely strategic and that the University of Perugia is happy to accompany on the side of the scientific debate as today. But let's go to the APTA-MOD project. The APTA-MOD project, Administrative Prevention through Administrative Targeted Model for Candidate Countries, which we talk about today and which the following report will focus on, is a project that aims to study corruption prevention strategies, anti-corruption measures, and their effectiveness with an interdisciplinary approach, attentive to the context and in which these policies are inserted. The first day of the conference explained us that an interdisciplinary approach is necessary to prevent corruption, because prevention of corruption, even more than repression, requires an understanding of the phenomena, of the social context, of different risks, of the psychological dynamics, of the available data, and then certainly an analysis of legal framework and of the possible regulatory and administrative responses. The project analyzed corruption prevention in 4 countries of the Western Balkans area and has benefited from the involvement of researchers in the 4 countries from Albania, Serbia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia. I thank the European Commission and in particular Olaf, the European Anti-Fraud Agency, who financed this project with this Hercule 3 project. thanks to the anti-corruption authorities and the institution responsible for the anti-corruption policies of the 4 countries I mentioned, for their availability and the quality of their involvement, testified by the attendance at this afternoon's roundtable. Let me tell you that it is important that this afternoon's reflection, the APTAMOD part of the conference, are placed in a broader perspective and in a conference so full of solicitations. Anti-corruption policies have their own identity and autonomy, but their link with the challenges of the quality of government, development, and democracy are not lost. However, this link often risks being overlooked by reflection that tends to close itself within a technical and bureaucratic anti-corruption perspectives, which by isolating its function ends up not allowing it to engage in dialogue with emerging issues strictly connected to the correct management of public affairs, such as sustainability, especially environmental, social inclusion and cohesion, the reduction of inequalities, gender issues, individual and collective well-being, democratic stability, and national security itself. The basic idea which accompanied the studies, which will be completed with the publication of a volume with in-depth studies on these issues, is that the prevention of corruption is central to the development of the institution of democracy, but is also a specific need for countries that have applied to join the European Union. Fabio Raspadori talked about it in this morning session, coordinated by my friends and colleague Milika Uvalic. The comparative scenario, the international convention, we are thinking in particular to the Merida Convention of the United Nations against corruption, the indication of the OECD and so on, offer us a solid armament made up of organic policies, authorities called to implement them, codes of conduct, transparency, whistleblower protection, and so on. It's a system that we find, however, declined in very different ways in different countries. Although the supranational indication offers us a series of reference standards, there is not a good solution for all contexts. And this is one of the starting points of the reasoning behind the APTAMOD project. With Michele Agnaldi, I edited a volume on the prevention of corruption, which will be released shortly for the Springer publisher, in which we analyzed this common core, which, however, is not sufficient to explain the extent of the anti-corruption policies that each country is called upon to develop, looking at its own context. Preventing corruption, however, is a very complex challenge, as the Italian experience also confirms. And this especially when the prevention strategy is called upon to operate in a context of widespread corruption. Simplifying, we could say that prevention is all the more necessary the more corruption is widespread. But precisely this diffusion ends up hindering the penetration of soft measures, such as prevention measures often are. But fortunately, the consolidation of international influences favors the development of regulatory experiences and therefore the strengthening of the anti-corruption function at the national level. There is a transnational contamination, and it is immediately evident that the area of Western Balkans is a laboratory for the change of practice and comparison. Anti-corruption requires a tailor-made approach at the risk of getting lost between excessive aspiration and irrelevance. But as the Merida Convention tells us in its preamble, if we realize that corruption is a problem for the stability and security of societies, undermine the institution and values of democracy, ethic values and justice, and jeopardize sustainable development and the rule of law, irrelevance is a luxury we cannot take. In this sense, the way of prevention is an obligatory way, but it must be not a weak and ineffective way. However, the improvement of prevention policies and strategies require constant investment, a continuous critical review of the measures adopted, a sharing of experience and good practice. The research aims to propose models suitable to the context, derived from an investigation of the anti-corruption mechanism present in the international scenario, from the best practice, from the same experience of the country concerned, critically analyzed. In the reports that will follow in the afternoon, some cross-cutting issues of particular importance will be discussed, which certainly do not exhaust an ideal toolbox of an effective corruption prevention policy. The relationship with civil society and the mass media, the data and indicators for understanding the phenomenon, and corruption is an hidden crime with a high dark number. Issues relating to the integrity of public personnel and the strengthening of their propensity to care for the public interest. Public transparency as a tool to fight corruption, according with the sentence of Judge Brandeis. The sunlight is the best disinfectant. This will follow the analysis of individual experience, trends, challenges, problems of anti-corruption strategies will be depicted with the intervention of researchers who from different countries have collaborated with the project, and with the intervention of experts and representatives of the same authorities involved in the anti-corruption policy. I'm particularly pleased to remember that the collaborators involved are experts who in some cases, are experts who had attended in Umbria and Rome the anti-corruption winter school organized by me thanks to another project funded by the European Commission in 2018. This project is a point of arrival, but also a point of passage. The anti-corruption issue promises to be central in the strategies to support democratic systems and administrative strengthening. The President of the United States, Biden, in his memorandum of 2021, defines the prevention of corruption a decisive challenge for democracies and a central issue for national security itself. This convinced me a lot. Corruption undermines the foundation of trust in institutions and opens the door to populism and the risk for democratic stability. Anti-corruption policies must be strengthened, and for this reason, occasions like this are important, as is the support of scientific studies for the formation of an anti-corruption culture and for the dissemination of practice for the construction of a network. Thanks to funding from the Ministry of University and Research, the Department of Political Science of the University of Perugia has set up the Legality and Participation LEPA Study Center, which I have the pleasure and honor of directing, and a candidate to be a partner for new research, training, and dissemination project on this issue. Thanks for the attention. Okay, well, I think we have so few minutes for a photo group under the statue of Machiavelli on the staircase at my right. Only a communication of service. The conference lunch will be held in the university canteen service, exiting this building on your right, along the road, but we can go all together. Thank you. Okay. Ok. Saluto tutti quelli da casa.
Okay, let's get started on time. Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you all for coming to the panel topic highlights of the APTAMOD project. Please let me introduce myself. I am the chairperson for this panel. My name is Giussi Pacilli. I am a social psychologist at the Department of Political Sciences at the University of Perugia, and I am a member of the research team of the APTAMOD project. In this meeting, we will report on the main research findings of the project. As Enrico Carloni already explained this morning, the APTAMOD project was funded by the RQ3 program of the European Union in order to conduct comparative law studies and research in the field of corruption prevention. Our aim was to construct tailored anti-corruption models that could work and be applied in the setting of 4 countries, Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. Today's agenda is as follows. We have 4 talks and just 1 hour available, so we need to be stick at the agenda, and so I seek speakers' cooperation. Each speaker will be given 10 minutes, and then we have 5 minutes for the Q&A session. Okay, everything's clear. So I will be a strict chairperson, so I'm going to warn you with a piece of paper when you have 2 minutes left. Okay. Okay. And please remember that I'm going to interrupt you when the time is up. Okay. So I think that we can move on to the first speaker. Okay. So the first speaker is Simone Del Sarto. His talk is entitled Understanding Corruption, General Challenges and Local Specificities. So you can start if you want. La tolleranza è una cosa importante. Con un'ora di tempo? Sì.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. This is a joint work with Michele Agnaldi, and my talk is divided in 2 parts. The first one is dedicated to approaches for measuring corruption. And as you know, corruption is one of the most challenging threats in society, and it is a latent phenomenon. And as a statistician, we are used to deal with latent phenomena, but differently in this case, we cannot rely on an observable manifestation of corruption. So the manifestation is latent as well. And because people involved in corruption tend to hide their activities. So there is no overall consensus on which is the best method for measuring corruption. We have traditional approaches. For example, perception-based, non-perception-based, judiciary measures, or approaches based on statistical inference and market measures, but it's difficult to find the best one because a method can be the best in certain situations, but the worst in other situations, and the same is valid also for all the type of traditional approaches. Okay, I can skip this slide and go in directly to this part dedicated to the red flag indicators that are, it is an approach based on proxies that are variables which can be considered as expression of something related to corruption. And this approach is placed within the the prevention approach to fight against corruption rather than repression. And the purpose of prevention is to detect and remove opportunities for corruption. So whenever a red flag is raised, this means that a vulnerability or an opportunity for malpractices is detected. So it is not an ex post quantification of corruption, but rather an ex ante identification of situation at risk of corruption. Of course, as red flag indicators are based on data, the main drawback of this approach is the data availability and quality. Another drawback is the overestimation of corruption risk in this case. Red flag indicators are mainly developed especially in public procurement. And for example, Fazekas and colleagues divide the red flag indicators in 4 blocks. And you can see here the most relevant red flags in public procurement. And as a consequence, the second part of my talk is devoted to the databases, the existing databases in public procurement in Europe. And why public procurement? Because it is one of the government activities most vulnerable to corruption, because it is a very complex process. It is characterized by close interaction between public officials and companies due to several stakeholders and the amount of transactions and financial interests at stake. Also, OECD underlines that along the procurement process, several risks can occur at every stage of the procurement process. So it is important to envisage some integrity measures. In this case, we mean red flag indicators in every step of the procurement process in order to address the several risks within each phase. And in doing this, we need data, public procurement data, okay? With the aim of organizing a robust red flag indicator system. With organizing, I mean identifying which indicators integrate in it with among all the indicators available. Okay. In particular, I have selected 2 databases in Europe, let's say, which are the Tenders Electronic Daily, the first one, which is the online version of the European Union supplement of the official journal. It contains public procurement data of many countries in Europe from the period 2006-2019. It contains data, information about all the tenders above the European threshold, and the data contained are referred to the calls for competition and the award notice. The other database, or maybe the platform, it is a platform, open internet platform, coming from the DigiWist project. It gives the possibility to search, analyze, and download public procurement data related, again, most of the European countries. It is the result of a robust data collection and processing, and it retrieves procurement data from several public procurement data sources, such as TED and national web portals. And it contains data about 46 million tenders over the period 2009-2020. But maybe the most important example in this case is the Italian National Database of Public Contracts, which is managed by Italian Anti-Corruption Authority, and it collects and integrates data about all the Italian public procurement procedures, both above and below the European threshold, And it allows for a sort of follow-up of every single procedure throughout its entire life cycle. So from the publication of the call until the completion and final approval. Here we have some numbers of this database, but I would like to focus on these 2 points, which explain the reason for which this database can be considered as a good model, okay, in developing a red flag system for fighting corruption. And as the ANAC president said during the first meeting of the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group, he underlined the accurate and solid procurement data tracking system, which is a characteristics of this database for making the procurement process as transparent as possible. Another point in this regard is related to these 4 key features of this database. And among these 4 points, I would like to underline the last but not the least, which is open data, because this national database is open, so it can be downloaded from the ANAC website. And also we can use the dashboard to inspect some characteristics. Last slide is dedicated to public procurement data or portals in countries involved in the APTA-MOD project. Albania has a central electronic public procurement portal for tender and contract notices. And the use of this portal is mandatory also for the low value procurement. Montenegro and Serbia has their own procurement portal, and North Macedonia, public procurement data on North Macedonia flow directly into TED. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Perfectly on time. So thank you. I'm with you. Thank you very much, Simone. You were perfectly on time. So thank you. No, not here. So, are there any questions for Simone?
Are we able to understand if those portals public open data in this portal?
I have inspected all this portal very quickly, sorry. As far as I know, the Serbia one allows for downloading, but it is in Cyrillic, so it's very difficult to understand, but I think that it can be downloaded. North Macedonia are available in TED, not all the procurement data are, because TED publishes only the above European threshold procurement, and the other 2 countries, I think that is not possible, but I have not checked adequately.
Okay, that's a question for you. I was wondering, you stated that corruption risk is exacerbated by multiple stakeholders. Could you explain?
Okay.
Say more about that.
Yeah. Okay, this is a characteristics of yes, of public procurement that it is considered as a source of complexity of the process itself, and I think that This means that several parts are involved in procurement process, and not only the contracting authority and the companies, but also some interests from other parts are involved in this process. I think that is the response.
Thank you very much. It's a little bit counterintuitive because I would expect the opposite pattern, but okay, your reply is very clear. So thank you, Simone. I give the floor to the second speaker. I forgot before to mention that Simone was for University of Florence, but now works at University of Perugia. Okay, okay, welcome. So Roberto Michigrucci, please, from University of Perugia. His talk is about media and corruption in Western Balkan countries.
Yes, thank you.
10 minutes. Look at me for.
Okay. Okay, can you see the presentation? Yes, I suppose. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I am very happy to be here presenting this work because together with my research team, which is composed by Marco Mazzoni, Rita Marchetti, Giovanni Barbieri, and Danda Stanziano, we are dealing with a context that is not so usual for us. And I think that this is an occasion to receive some feedback from people who know this context better than us, and to understand if we are working well. Of course, the context is not so used for us, but we know the topic very well. We are analyzing the media role in preventing corruption and in providing some tools to curb corrupted phenomena. And of course, when someone has to do with the context that do not know so very well, we think that it's a good idea to link this context with some concept that we have used a lot. And the first concept is the fact that the free press is a bad news for corruption. It means that freedom of as many research stated, the freedom of the press together with the freedom of information may be an efficient tool in preventing corruption and in curbing corruption phenomena. Anyway, the majority of the researches that deal with this topic are focused on Western countries. And we have to remember that in this project we are dealing with Balkan countries. So sometimes this country may be considered, maybe we may apply some concepts such new democracy in transition, as we have said yesterday, which means that they have a process of democratization that they are dealing with a process of democratization. And sometimes this process are bringing with them some criticalities, in particular with the freedom of the media development. And for this reason, we use also some concepts such as media capture, media colonization, partisan polyvalence, which means that the media in some occasion may be at the service of private interest or political interest. They may be instrumentalized. They may pursue external interest. And for this reason, we have to see that all the countries that we are is important to consider the freedom of this expression and the freedom of the press, not only by a formal point of view, but also by a substantial dimension, because all the countries that we have analyzed have a law that protects the freedom of expression and freedom of the press. Anyway, not always they meet satisfactory standards in corruption prevention. This is our point. It confirms the data, the report that we get from our local researchers. And a point that they stressed very much is that in every country that we analyzed, such country has references to freedom of expression or freedom of information in their constitutions. They have also several laws protecting freedom of information or access to public information. For example, the law that protects the free access to public documents. Anyway, we compare this data with some report. For example, in this table, I put the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom report provided by the European Institute of Florence, and they highlight some risk in guaranteeing the media freedom. This means that, in our interpretation, this means that the formal law are not enough. We have also to consider the social context, the socio-political context in which these media have to operate. And how we consider this socio-political context. Of course, usually we use very much the model provided by Allin and Mancini in analyzing media system, in analyzing how the socio-political context in which the media systems operate. And we know that some scholars try to develop such, the model provided by Allin and Mancini is applied only in Western countries, in Western democracy. Anyway, there are some researchers that develop this model to apply it also to analyze the CAA countries, the Central and Eastern European countries. And as we can see, there are some ideal types of media system that are very close to the ones analyzed by Allin and Mancini, the hybrid liberal model and the politicized media. Other ideal types of media roles that are very far from the Western countries ones, the authoritarian and medium transition. And as we can see, the country that we analyzed deal with two of these ideal types, with the politicized media model, which regard the Serbia media system, and the transitional media model, which deal with Albania, Macedonia, and Montenegro. And what we can see from this analysis, we can see that in some case, and in the country that we analyze, the social political context are not so favorable for a development of free press. The first variable that we analyze is the media market. We know that the media market in this country in the past was controlled by the state, but they passed from a monopoly of the state to an oligopoly of some media tycoons. That the media market is not so remunerative for private entrepreneurs. So who wants to spend money in the media sector, do it for external interest, to instrumentalize the public debate. In other case, it may be the states that have the possibility to condition and to limit the freedom of journalists. At the same time, we noted that there is a very low journalistic professionalism that was born because the freedom of the media is a recent phenomenon. There is not a culture, a consolidated culture of media freedom. And there is also strong influences by private enterprise, but also by politics in institutions. And what does it mean? It means that sometimes in these states, we can note a strong media dependency on the state. Sometimes the news are instrumentalized and politicized, and there is an absence of watchdog journalism. So even if this country has many laws that protect the freedom of expression, the freedom of the press, is not always the case. Not always these media can prevent corrupted phenomena. And sometimes have been documented also cases in which they are part of the corrupted exchange. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Any questions from the audience?
I have a question. I would like to know what are the sources that you are going to use for your research, and to what extent do you expand the research only on paper news media or online media, or both?
Yes, the source that we used is, as I said, the report from some local experts, but then we compared them with the report coming from the European Institute of Florence, provided by the project that is called the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom, and the existing literature. The table that I showed here is provided by the information that we get in the paper Dobek-Ostrowska 2015. Of course, these peculiarities do not refer to the single states, but they are the features of the model. They talk about the model in general, and this research put such states in that part of the model, because they consider that close to such features, to such peculiarities.
Yeah, I have some doubts about
because we are now
the assessment of these associations, exactly because you mentioned at the beginning that the most relevant approach is, let's say, Western US EU approach, and at the same time, I don't know, for instance, there are newspapers and newspapers like Jutarnyi-List, Bedre-Vest-Droit, Al Jazeera Balkans, that just a few examples, but where I think that they can do something, and they did actually, about corruption and their role watchdog.
Yeah.
So I have some doubts that sometimes the categories are correctly applied, and I would suggest to be.
Yes. The fact is that sorry, maybe I've not been so clear. We are testing these categories to every single cases to know if there are some similarities or some points that we can criticize about this model. So this not refer to a single case.
There is also another problem, because for us it's difficult to find source in English. So we can use just
yes, of course, but you have to use people that know the language.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then we ask them to, if these models are similar to other types, that can be useful to explain the reality in these countries.
I think it would be also very important to differentiate the phase that the period you're analyzing, because media freedom has really changed a lot in the 90s in all these countries, just recently, in these last 3 years. So I think if you had a more differentiated approach, it would be much more realistic.
Yes, of course. The report that I mentioned, it was in 2018. It refers to data that they collect in 2018. But of course, I also, many of these reports are highlighting this point, that the media are evolving very quickly in this period. So, yeah.
And one of the factors that you mentioned is corruption, money coming from the state. Very frequently, it's not the state that is corrupting the media. It's actually the party, the main political parties that are in power that actually totally have total control of the media, and not the state.
Not the state, yeah. Thank you.
But you are not touching the social, online media, social media. This is just traditional media.
Yeah, this is a general pattern. Then we are dealing also with social media. But for example, I was analyzing Albania just in this project, and there have been in the report that we get, they say that it's impossible to mapping the social media, for example, the online news media panorama of Albania, because there is not an official list. There are few studies that deal with the topic, so it's not easy to map the phenomena. And this may also, of course, what I'm saying is just a work in progress now. It's not easy to understand the ownership about this media. There is a shadow around the context.
The problem is that because the media can be from other states, in region, or
yes,
in Europe or wherever. So there is no register of all any social stuff and everything in any country.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, I'll welcome the next speaker, Matteo Fattore, University of Perugia.
Okay, so the talk of Matteo Fattore is entitled Personal and Integrity Challenge Models and Tools.
Thank you, Giusy. Good afternoon, all. My very short speech presents the result achieved by two subgroups of the Aptamod research project dealing with public integrity. A first subgroup focused on the social and legal instruments that can influence the behavior of officials and ensure their integrity. And second subgroup, composed by Alessandra Pioggia, Guido Siriani and me, the first one, Enrico Carloni, Giusy Pacilli, Francesco Perenda and me. Second one analyzed the organizational tools that can guarantee the overall quality of administration and administrative action, thus guaranteeing their overall integrity. The international European literature agrees with the idea that the construction of a model of public integrity mainly passes from the discipline of public personnel, not only from the subjective point of view, namely from the discipline relating to the status of a public employee, but also from an objective point of view, namely from the organizational rule that contribute to make the public administration quality and therefore integrate the organization in which the official operates. The aspect of the discipline of the official that are fundamental for building an adequate model of integrity of public administration are the discipline of professional training, recruitment, top positions, and the rules of conduct of public employees. What both groups did was to analyze the norms on civil servants in the Western Balkans and compare them with the international parameters and best practices, with an approach that also took into account the peculiarities of the national context of references. The research revealed light and shadow, although national legal system have responded positively to many European and international recommendations on integrity, but the effectiveness of many provisions has yet to be fully achieved. All the sectors that we have listed above, training, recruitment, discipline of top position, and administration, rule of conduct should be strengthened and better adapted to the national context of references. A competent and well-trained body of public officials is an important aspect to ensure the integrity of administration. Indeed, it ensures Vabbè, aspettate un attimo. Okay. Okay, a competent and well-trained body of public officials is an important aspect to ensure the integrity of administration. Indeed, it ensures an impartial, quality public decision free from the influence of private interests that relate with the administration. In the Western Balkans, only in Albania and Serbia, there are national schools of public administration that deal with the training of civil servants. In all countries, training is compulsory and required by law, but it has some critical issues. One very often is it is aimed only on the top manager of administrative offices. The second one, it's left to the decision of the public manager. Third is focused on the more traditional skills, such the legal and economic ones, instead of the more technical profiles. And so engineering, architecture, information technology, which proved to be very useful in guaranteeing the integrity of public offices when the administration interact with private individuals, especially in the sector exposed to the risk of corruption, such as contracts fields. But this is point is also a problem in Italy. However, and so the reliability of personal evaluation mechanism, access and sub-quest performance evaluation play a fundamental role in the fight against corruption. One of the main benefits of merit recruitment is that it helps curb politicization and nepotism in the civil service. Politicization and nepotism have both been found to have consequences in lowering level of integrity in government. In the last years, West Balkans and national governments have invested a great deal of energy in the reform of the civil service in the perspective to promote merit in recruitment and evaluation practices. All countries have adopted a law on access to public employment and some rules on evaluation of the performance, but in spite of these reform efforts, several monitoring reports as RESPA studies and the regular Sigma monitoring reports indicate that the politicization of civil service recruitment remain widespread across the region. The feeling is that the imposition of reforms on the selection of civil servant was seen as an external factor and the result in a mere formal implementation of legislative reforms. What is missing is a combination of multiple actors supporting change. In other words, external pressure did not activate political will and public will, which are two sides of the same coin, and they are both necessary for a changement. The external source of pressure for reforms make genuine change complicated. Access to the top position in administration is a fundamental reform point for guarantee the integrity of the administration. The set of rules the set of rules on top position have attempt to make top public officials a politically neutralized, stable body composed according to meritocratic principle, albeit responsible toward the government and therefore capable of imparting greater efficiency and legality to public action. In particular, through the public competition as the only way of access to top position, and through specific rule on the status of senior management, such as the annual programming of top management position, thus containing clientelism and corporate interest, especially in the case of state administration. In assessing this legislative trend, it is necessary to consider the detailed regulations, which are often decisive, and the general political, social, and cultural condition. It can be observed that in the case of senior servant, there is the greatest resistance and the tendency to keep widespread practice of spoil system alive, tendency that can degenerate in the form of corruption, and these difficulties can only be overcome over time and gradually through the continued refinement of primary and secondary legislation, which must however settle down and become the social heritage of each country, as their own constitution have tried to introduce. Finally, and concludo, finally, the definition of especially rules of conduct is also necessary to ensure the integrity of public employees. In all the countries analyzed, there are national norms on the rule of conduct with the laws governing public employment. National code of conduct, however, do not comply with the requirement of the Merida Convention. The rule provided by the law and the code of conduct are mainly aimed to at avoid conflict of interest during administrative action, but in a poorly structured way, which I don't have time to say. To conclude, in recent years, many steps forward have been made throughout the Western Balkans, especially for what concerns the several strategy on the prevention of corruption and public integrity, which had the merit of putting the discipline of officials at the center of the public reform action. We have to wait for their implementation to see the result. Their implementation, indeed, will be a decisive moment to build a national model of integrity that not only responds to the European and international requests, but it is able to penetrate the national culture of each country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions? Yes, I would mind. I wanted to ask you, what is the most critical issue you have found in the discipline of public personnel?
Okay, thank you, Giussi. And international reports highlight many of the critical aspects. If I had to indicate two aspects, critical aspects linked each other, I would say the tendency to change the rule on public personnel a lot in time, and the big difference between the rules and their effectiveness in all sector of the public personnel discipline. And I believe, however, that this also requires the time necessary to root a new approach in the culture of administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question?
Maybe you have that information. Did you find critical the the education and training of top executive functions. Not only, I know the judges and prosecutors, they have constantly some education, but let's say MPs, the ministries, I don't know, the top executive functions, because I think that in our countries, I don't know if the situation in Italy, but I think there is no such, or not much, such trainings in education. And everything comes from the top, not from some servant who is working on something. Another thing is maybe, just for information, you know, the RESPA, there is a School for Public Administration. It is in Montenegro, but it is for all countries. I don't know, in Western Balkan, they formed this school, and they are trying to, I don't know, about their funds and some programs and everything, but they're trying to get the trainings for all public servants in the whole region. Maybe if you are not aware of that, maybe they can help you in finding some data or information for your research.
Okay, thank you.
That's very useful information. So
Thank you.
So that's our last contribution today. Is from Gloria Bettinari, University of Perugia. Ah, forgot to. Gloria Bettinari, the talk is entitled Transparency as an Anti-Corruption Tool. Tanto io devo andare qua davanti perché ho le slide. Credo che vada bene. No, sì, mi rimettevo la mascherina. Right, here we are. Good afternoon to all. I'm very glad to be here. I have the opportunity to share our project research. You know very well Aptamod, and my group is in charge for transparency and right to information legislation. So transparency and accountability is the main subject of our group, composed by me and Professor Ponti. I am the junior part of the group, junior research, and it's a pleasure to try to share with you our method that we are using for studying the 4 countries, Balkans country. And I will be very glad if then you can give me your feedback about it. Thank you. So yeah, basically just some context. The 4 Balkans countries that we are studying, they are approaching to join Europe, and so they are in charge for the Berlin process. And so even for this, they need to make some progress in terms of fighting corruption. Strengthen democracy with some important tools such as transparency and accountability instruments. In that sense, I would like just to spend a few words about accountability is the main goal of transparency, even though transparency is made from multiple instruments. So we can speak about transparency in general, but in administrative sense, transparency is made from lot of instruments. And so to have a really idea of what is transparency, we need to go inside all these instruments. Anyway, the big
the big goal that we have to take in mind is accountability. So disclose information. That is quite important for my point of view, because can help to understand what kind of progress transparency is, because for example, during my PhD studies, I've realized that in this progress, there is a common point. So basically, the previous system, usually the accountability and transparency is observed, is inside the political relationship and the parties and the parliament and the role of the parties and the parliament. Then because the progress of and because of a lot of things, basically the role of the parties in that sense change a bit, and people take right to information as individual. So not mediating, not just mediating, but also directly. And so this is one of the big issue of access to information. So the evolution, and this is one of the part of our method. First of all, we need to analyze if there is a really progress between the secrecy systems and the transparency system. So a changement between the rule of secrecy rather than rule of transparency. What means in a freedom of information system, the rule is transparency. So all in theory, all information are basically reachable, but we have some limits to border this freedom. In a secrecy system, it's just the opposite. So all basically is not accessible, but the law puts basically decide what is accessible. And the first step to go forward transparency is to rationalize and regulate secrecy. So basically approve the law in secrecy, and so put it in a proper law what is secrecy. So what people cannot know. And then this is the first step. Then we have a lot of other steps together. Publicity, motivation of the acts, motivation of the legislation, access to personal data, and access to documents that involve personal data. And this is a part of administrative guarantees, and that realize a good relationship between people and administration. So I can access to my file, I can participate to a administrative proceeding, and I can know about a proceeding. So all these in scholars called need to know system. But I think, in my point of view, that need to know system and right to know system, where there are instruments for erga partes, so for everyone, usually they are together and they need to be together, because to have a really transparency regime, we need both. Need to know because I am a qualified person, so I am involved in a particular proceedings, so I need to go inside the proceedings, and then the right to know. So so basically go ask for every kind of information. Now I have to go really fast, so sorry. Freedom of information is a part of good governance, a good administration. The new approach, but we can't we can't think just about access to information in a freedom of information manner, but we need even to think about the motivation of administrative art, the right to be heard, the right to participate. All this is part of freedom of transparency. Then we have access to information by everyone. That is another part, that is the reactive transparency, where people ask information. And in the new modern of transparency and freedom of information legislation, access to information and reactive disclosure is both to proactive disclosure. That means that public authorities have duty to publish. Yes. This duty is not for something, but is basically for that someone called transparency by default, open by default. Yeah, now the situation about CPI, you know very well, and go ahead. Sorry for that. Yeah, what I would like to think just in few seconds is that this country, they have quite a peculiar situation about CPI, but all of them, they have prevention of corruption law and law for freedom of information. So why this situation? Because to have a proper freedom of information legislation, we need all the guarantees that I said already, and even those we have inside the legislation, we need some proper characteristic, some legal standard that define a freedom of information regime. To be fair, in the Global Right to Information Index, Serbia, Albania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, they are quite well ranked because they have really quite interesting freedom of information legislation. In a piece of paper, they are fine, they are good. They had a lot of standards that the global explosion and the freedom of information model asked to have. But the point is that going inside every kind of principle, every kind of standard, probably we can find some problem. Just some of them. For example, in some of the legislation that I read, I realized that there is not a enforcement power in the hand of the commissioner, or there is not a really punishment for the public authority that delay to answer to people. Or then we have a short proactive disclosure, and so there is no transparency by default regime. Yeah, probably I need to close now. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Thank you very much.
I've put a lot of time to do these slides. And
you are very clear. Thank you very much for your interesting contribution. Any questions from the audience? Yes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes for questions. Yeah.
Yeah, could you find?
Okay. I will do my question. What's, in your opinion, the impact of COVID on access to information?
Yes, has been an impact on freedom of information. The pandemic has been an impact on that. And probably this is because the freedom of information regime is not so strong in this country, but in Italy as well, I mean. Because I've been suspended the freedom of information legislation in a lot of countries, and I've been possible delayed a lot for answer, and with no punishment. It was tolerated because of pandemic and people could not go in the office. So basically it was really hard to answer to people. But the point is we need to realize an efficient system through digitalization. And so we need, is a fundamental right to know. to have information, and it's a fundamental right to have information during a pandemic. So we absolutely can't think about suspend it because it's not important. You know what I mean? Yeah. And this is a cultural approach, but it is also we can find in here a lack on enforcement. So we need more instrument to enforce that right. Yeah, okay. But then if you want, we can maybe have a chat. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, we have run out of time, so just very brief conclusion. So I could agree more with Gloria, even though some Italian politicians recently said the opposite, but we need information, and information is definitely a right to defend. So to conclude, we we are seeing also this morning that in order to be effective, anti-corruption strategies require tailored approach of intervention and a multidisciplinary approach. And I think that in today's panel, a wealth of stimuli and food for thought have emerged. So thank you to all of our speakers for their interesting contribution, and thank you for coming. And I remind you that we have one last session scheduled for the day that starts right now. Right? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Oh, okay. So it was incorrect information. Okay, so we have 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
We were born Yes.
Yeah.
Should I do it by myself?
Yeah, okay. And the same on the
Maybe I will take Constantinos as well, and then So
come on.
maybe we can switch off the mic so nobody can hear us.
No, it is that's a lot.
I thought.
Yes.
Yes.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. This one. Easy.
Sorry?
Easy. Easy to find.
Ideal name of the presentation. The ideal So we say our team. I'm saying our team. 1, 2, 3 person. We will stay here.
I call it just one by one. Allora, second presentation. This is Trajan, right? Okay. Yes. Okay. If you to put in or
I will read it like from my laptop.
Okay.
Or with
Can I send you an email with the pleasure of taking an email? You want to see there?
or we can use your
It doesn't.
doesn't Francesco, mi trovi una chiavetta che funzioni? Una chiavetta che funzioni?
Ce l'ho io.
Ce l'hai? Capita. It's a you got it?
It's okay.
So you will be moderating our panel,
Yes.
right? Okay, it's a pleasure. Hi again.
Prima si siedono tutti e tre, poi uno alla volta, giusto?
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. We were thinking maybe we can stay like the three of us here,
Sì,
so not to come and go back. So like because we represent
As you want, but we have the problem with the
No, l'ho messo così che
no, non è un problema. Si muove. But you have to
introduce them.
Your colleague have to come here because they have the presentation.
Maybe one of them will be sitting there and the other one will be here. So just not to go back and forth with.
Constantine.
I didn't check it. I hope that there is my presentation in the
I hope so too. Okay, this one. You want to
only one.
Yes, is
yes, one. So you can.
Ok. Facciamo per bene. Expel. Actually news, what are you doing? No, it is not
just
news.
close it.
Why? Are you saying so? Expel, please. No.
It's okay, you can just.
Without.
Just check it. Is it?
Yes.
Once more. Should I sit there or here?
No.
After. First Albania. To stay there? After my introduction, I let this seat for the panelists. Okay. Constantine, is this one?
That's Macedonia.
This is yours?
I'll give it.
Con la maschera o no?
No, senza maschera. Solo la foto, almeno.
Come in.
Ok.
Grazie.
A total coverage. Thank you.
Should you take the mask off?
No. Are we going to start? So here we are. Good afternoon again, and welcome to the final panel of our conference. We have had 2 days of intense work and a second day fully dedicated to analysis of process of European Union enlargement to Western Balkan country with a specific focus on corruption issue and anti-corruption policies. Now it's time for a view from inside. The Uptown project, as Professor Carloni underlined this morning, involves 4 countries, candidates with different stages of the process for membership of the European Union. That is Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. In this final panel, many qualified actors involved in the Uptown team as on-site researcher or directly engaged in the preventing and fighting corruption task in this country will give us a deeper view on the state of the art and the challenges of anti-corruption strategies developed and applied in those countries. My task is mainly to keep a particularly rich and articulated panel together, and I will stick to this. And I rely on the cooperation of our very welcome guest for this objective. In the meantime, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for being here with us, in present or from a distance, and for their major contribution. Let me also thank Diletta Poletti for a valuable work in managing and coordinating the Uptown project, and obviously thanks to the principal investigator, Professor Carloni, who designed and conduct out this research project. Just a few words to introduce our panelists, recalling some of this morning reports. It is worth reiterating that the implementation of anti-corruption policy in the EU accession countries is, at least, a two-sided coin. On the one hand, it is a process subject to very strong external conditionality, what we are used to call in Italian language il vincolo esterno, the external constraint, a process to be assessed in terms of compliance. On the other hand, it is a process of adaptation to specific needs of each of these countries, to their political, to their economic, to their social condition of the time. These two processes are not always fully consistent with each other, which obviously leads to some problems and perhaps help to explain, at least in part, the difficulty, the resistance, and even some backward steps, as in the very last year, in the fight of corruption in those countries. With this suggestion, which is no way original, I will now hand over our panelists, starting with the reports about Albania. I would like to remind to you that the first panelist of each country has 15 minutes at his disposal, while the other panelists must stay in the maximum limits of 10 minutes. And then the floor is to Armela Maxelakou. Armela is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law of Tirana and an insight researcher of Aptamod team. The floor is yours, Armela.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi to everyone. It is a pleasure for me being here with you. I am Armena Magelakou, coming from Tirana, Albania. I'm an expert researcher and also lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Tirana. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor Carlomi for providing me with this opportunity and contributing in this very important project. I will now provide for you an overview of the main challenges and achievements of Albania in terms of fight against corruption. The fight against corruption is a key priority of the government of Albania. The main directions of the anti-corruption policy include a series of actions for the prevention of corruption, the strengthening of institutions, overall monitoring from civil society organizations, and the administrative and criminal punishment of corrupt officials. The implementation of the anti-corruption strategy it's now and will also contribute to the sustainable reduction of corruption and the taking of effective measures to prevent corruption at all levels. Albania has achieved significant results in the fight against corruption through several measures, such as the ongoing vetting process of members of the judiciary, as well as of the police, the adoption of the new action plan, for the implementation of the intersectoral strategy against corruption, the amendments to specific laws, such as the law on political party financing and electoral code, which came as a result of the completely new electoral reform that was undertaken in our country, as well as the adoption of a new law on administration of seized and confiscated assets. So, the establishment of the Anti-Corruption Task Force, which has increased the proactivity of administrative investigations, the creation of a dedicated anti-corruption directorate within the Ministry of Justice, which contributes to a better performance on investigating and prosecuting high-level corruption cases, and the creation of a network of anti-corruption coordinators, which has contributed to improving the effectiveness in the fight against corruption, represent other tangible results. On the other hand, the justice reform in Albania is fundamental in fighting corruption more effectively and actually is a milestone on Albania's path towards starting EU accession negotiations and then joining the EU later on. The justice reform represents a solid track record in the fight against corruption. It consists in several new laws, such as law on the new transitional re-evaluation of judges and prosecutors in Albania, law on status of judges and prosecutors, on organization of the judicial power, on governance of institution of the justice system, law on organization and function of the prosecution office in the Republic of Albania, and law on organization and functioning of institutions for combating corruption and organized crime. This reform provided a comprehensive transitional re-evaluation process for all sitting judges and prosecutors and specialized permanent structures combating corruption and decentralization of prosecution offices. The special anti-corruption structures consist in a vertically integrated structure, which includes special anti-corruption and organized crime structure, composed of a special prosecution office and National Bureau of Investigations. And also, it includes internal anti-corruption measures implemented by new structures. More specifically, the councils screen the assets and background of candidate magistrates and magistrates prior to their promotion. Monitoring officers will conduct the periodic monitoring of telecommunications of judges, prosecutors, investigators, and their close family members of the anti-corruption structures, and security conditions have to be met prior to appointment and promotion of judges and prosecutors. Albania has continued to implement this comprehensive justice reform, resulting in very good progress. In particular, I would like to emphasize the important milestone at the end of last year, 2020, with the appointment of 3 new judges to the Constitutional Court, which made it fully operational. And actually, this is a process which is still ongoing. On the other hand, the Parliament adopted amendments to 10 laws aiming to further strengthen the efficiency of the judicial system and its capacity to tackle corruption and organized crime. Albania has continued to improve its legal framework on the prevention and combating of corruption. And in this regard, I would like to refer the law on whistleblowing and protection of whistleblowers, which was adopted in our country in 2016. This is the very first comprehensive effort to provide protection to whistleblowers in private and public sector. Albania's law on whistleblowing and protection of whistleblowers include the 3 fundamental elements of a comprehensive whistleblower law: channels for reporting wrongdoing, procedures for investigating disclosures, and procedure for protecting whistleblowers from retaliation, as well as the institutions for implementing and oversight. This law applies to all persons working in public and private sectors. The material scope of the law is limited to reporting acts of corruption. The law includes many European and international standards, such as confidentiality protection, protection against unconventional harassment, transfer option if a whistleblower chooses to not go back to the same position due to retaliation fears, and personal accountability for reprisals against whistleblowers. But apart from this law, within the legal framework which is enforced in Albania, there are other laws which grant employees freedom and rights to report wrongdoing, including labor code, law of civil service, which is applicable to persons working within the civil service system, law on the prevention of conflict of interest, and the new code of administrative procedure. Furthermore, the High Inspectorate of Declaration and Audit of Assets and Conflict of Interest is the main institution in charge of implementing the law. The role of the Inspectorate in detecting conflict of interest and checking asset declarations was strengthened by the adoption of the before-mentioned law on whistleblowing and whistleblower protection. The Inspectorate's competencies starts from issuing instructions to monitor implementation of internal and external disclosures, and then with inspecting and functioning of internal reporting mechanisms, and also with receiving and investigating requests for protection from retaliation and protecting whistleblowers from retaliation. The role of this Inspectorate in detecting conflicts of interest and checking assets declarations was reinforced through the adoption of this law and its implementation, and also with the implementation of the vetting process. It is very important to me to mention that the Council of Europe's Group of States Against Corruption, GRECO, concluded in their addendum to its second compliance report on Albania back on October 2020, that Albania had dealt satisfactorily with 9 out of 10 recommendations, while only has been partially implemented. In the first report of the 5th round, dealing with the prevention of corruption and promoting integrity in central governments and law enforcement agencies, GRECO found that the legal framework for preventing corruption of members of the Council of Ministers and their political advisors and of the police is comprehensive but overly complex. As a conclusion, it is crucial for Albania to further advance the process of re-evaluating judges and prosecutors, continue to consolidate the capacity of the judicial system and the government's institutions, including by further strengthening the legal education system and by finalizing and implementing the new judicial map, which are crucial in terms of fighting corruption. Thank you very much for your attention. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to my two colleagues. First, to Ms. Rovena Preja, Head of Anti-Corruption Unit in the Ministry of Justice in Albania, and then to Ms. Aurora Muka, Advisor at the High Prosecution Council in Albania. Thank you.
Thank you.
This one?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Armela, for giving me the floor of the continuing presentation from our country. Yes, it's been a long day, actually. Today, a very intensive one, but really fruitful for all of us, I think, to share information of the project of the University of Perugia did during the implementation time of this year. Now I am Rovena Preja. I'm the head of Anti-Corruption Unit in the Ministry of Justice of Albania. Minister of Justice, in the meantime, Ministry of Justice of Albania is having the role of the national coordinator against corruption in Albania. So what we generally use or call as agencies of anti-corruption in other countries, in our country it is named as the national coordinator against corruption. And the Minister of Justice holds this portfolio since 2017. And it coordinates all the strategic and policy efforts based on a threefold approach: prevention, repression, and awareness raising of the fight against corruption. So, can I? It's here. So, a very brief information on these three approaches, where our strategy, national anti-corruption strategy, is focused on. As to the prevention approach, National Coordinator Against Corruption is responsible for designing and implementing the strategic framework against corruption. In the meantime, monitoring of the strategy and the action plan of the anti-corruption. National Coordinator conducts the proper corruption risk assessment analysis and scans the entire regulatory framework for the functioning of the institutions that may leave room for corrupt practices. As well, something really important in the frame of the prevention approach, I would mention the competences of the risk assessment, integrity risk assessment methodology we have drafted and approved in our country last year. And as a result of this methodology, the Ministry of Justice of Albania, actually it is the first central institution which has a integrity plan in place. And this instrument of the fight against corruption, now it is replicating in all the central ministries, 11 central ministries in our country. Currently within this year, actually we now during December, we are expecting to get adopted the integrity plans in all the subordinate agencies, general directorates under the Ministry of Justice. And in the meantime, this instrument is going on in municipalities of Albania. As to the repression approach, the National Coordinator Against Corruption in Albania administers inspections and controls corruption-prone sectors and oversees the investigative work of the anti-corruption network of coordinators. This is a new reorganized structure dealing with inspection and controls of the corruption denunciations, complaints coming from the citizens or even from the businesses in our country. This new structure is based now in 44 central institutions, which are mostly considered corruption-prone service to delivery institutions. So it's institutions where the
the citizens go directly to get their direct services. And as to the third approach, which is directly dealing with awareness raising of the fight against corruption, the national coordinator pays a special attention to the raising awareness in the fight against corruption, focusing more in-depth training of the public administration employees, anti-corruption education in schools. We may say that with the beginning of the new academic school year, it has started a project in a very good partnership with the Italian embassy in our country to develop a anti-corruption curricula in all the middle schools of Tirana, firstly. And something to be mentioned, very important, is that National Coordinator Against Corruption launches informative, regularly campaigns of the network of anti-corruption coordinators, a dedicated direct denunciation of e-address that has been activated in order that the businesses and citizens to go directly to the coordinators against corruption, videos on how to address the corruption cases, a monthly, regularly e-bulletin on the activities of the National Coordinator Against Corruption has been delivered to various stakeholders, such as CCOs, business and academia, and as well a new visibility and communication campaign, which is called the Week of Integrity, which actually started only yesterday with a very good partnership of international partners and donors working in Albania. And so this is the organigram or structure, this concrete structure of National Coordinator Against Corruption dealing directly with the anti-corruption in our country, so which is called the General Directorate of Anti-Corruption, composed in 3 directorates. So the first one, which is the Directorate of the Network of Anti-Corruption Coordinators, composed by the 2 direct units, Directorate of Anti-Corruption Programs and Projects, directly related to the strategy, action plan, the legal framework, and the third structure, concrete structure, it is Operational Directorate for Anti-Corruption Issues. This is a directorate dealing with the controls and inspections directly in those offices for which has been direct denunciation for the corruption cases. And the last thing I plan to mention here for today is the challenges we think that we might face in the new year. It is referring to the prevention approach. Ministry of Justice, in the role of National Coordinator Against Corruption, has planned to start and to begin with the designing of a new strategy, anti-corruption strategy. We are thinking that the new strategy to be focused mostly in those sectors, those high-risk sectors of corruption, like the properties, health, education, and taxation sectors, mostly. And another challenge that we think we have to face on during the next year might be as to the repression, in order, as far as this new mechanism, this new structure I mentioned, the network of coordinators against corruption, it's a new one. We think that the selection and the best appointment of the coordinators within this new structure might be a possible challenge for us. and in order to establish an in-depth investigation structure for this new structure. The possible increasing of a number of the cases that might come from the citizens, from the businesses. It's one possible challenge as well. Establishment of a e-system in order to get directly these complaints, these possible complaints and requests and denunciation from citizens to be used by this by the network of coordinators as well. It is because for the moment it is not this system in place. This is from my side. Thank you.
And thank you, Rowena. And now it's time for Aurora Mukai. I hope this is right.
Yeah.
Aurora is an advisor at the High Prosecutorial Council.
Yeah, thank you. So,
your microphone.
Let me start by highlighting the fact that the High Prosecutorial Council is the product of the judicial reform in Albania, as Armela mentioned before. So as we are speaking, the council is a 3-year-old child, and this month celebrates its 3rd anniversary. The council, as provided in Article 149 of our Constitution, guarantees the independence, accountability, discipline, status, and career of prosecutors of the Republic of Albania. The council consists of 11 members, 6 of whom are elected by prosecutors of all levels of the judiciary, and 5 members are elected by the parliament from among non-prosecutorial jurists. Respectively, 2 members from the ranks of lawyers, 2 members from the bodies of law faculty professors and the School of Magistrates, and 1 member from civil society. Law on the governance body of justice systems details the procedure for selecting the members of the council, the verification and evaluation of candidacies, the interaction of the parliament with the international monitoring mission during the first constitution of this constitutional body, as well as competencies, the organization, and its functioning. From its establishment until now, so in 3 years of its existence, the council has held 117 meetings, which were focused on regulating its activity while managing the work of prosecutors through various regulations, as well as the status of prosecutors, including the appointment of new magistrates. Since its creation, the Council has intensified efforts to address the most urgent priorities and the shortfalls of the judicial reform. Thus, has adopted several decisions which set detailed rules in the framework of the well-functioning of the judicial system in the country. Moreover, the Council has adopted the Code of Ethics and has appointed an ethic advisor as the person in charge for its implementation. Additionally, we are proud to say that in the website of the Council is a section known as the Program of Transparency, which consists in a register of requests and replies, so complaints that are sent to the Council, the right for information, and an accreditation form to fill by any journalist who would like to assist during any plenary meetings of the Council. On the other hand, as soon as it was established, the Council concluded the process of the election of the General Prosecutor of the Republic of Albania. The selection process was conducted with the participation of representatives of the OPTAT and Euralius missions and other accredited observers who dedicated particular importance to the scoring and interviewing process with the candidates. In the end of the process, the Parliament of Albania selected as the General Prosecutor the first candidate listed by the Council. Let me underline the fact that this process took almost 9 months, and the main reason for the delay was a lengthy transitional reassessment process of the candidates for general prosecutors. Furthermore, in the same time, the Council concluded the process for the selection of the prosecutors for the Special Prosecution Office known as SPAC. SPAC prosecutes and represents charges of corruption and organized crime, as well as criminal charges against PEPs, personal politically exposed person, as the President of the Republic, the President of the Assembly, the Prime Minister, member of the Council of Ministers, judges of the Constitutional Court, of the High Court, the prosecutor, the General Prosecutor, the High Inspector of Justice, the Mayor, the Deputy Minister, member of the High Prosecution and Judicial Council, and etc. But also, as well as charges against the above-mentioned former functionaries. The creation of this office was one of the main objectives of the judicial reform in Albania. Once the SPAC was put in place, then the call for application for the National Bureau of Investigation, also known as the Albanian FIU, was opened and now is in place, so to assist the SPAC. Let me emphasize that the National Bureau for Investigation is a specialized structure of the judicial police operating only under the direction of the Special Prosecution Office. Also, even this process was fully transparent and monitored by criminal justice experts assigned by the European Union and the US government missions in Albania. As mentioned before, the Council is a newborn institution and is still in an ongoing process of adapting bylaws in order to regulate the work of the Council and of the prosecutors in Albania. In conclusion, is the judicial reform in Albania a success? I would say that maybe it's a bit too early to come into a conclusion. However, for sure, we are moving forward to the right direction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we go forward. I invite Dusan Drakic to rejoin me. Natasha Sardowska is in Hi, we can see you. You see us? You understand? Okay. Please do so. Now it's time for the Montenegro case. I let the floor to Natasha Sardowska, that is our on-site researcher for the Aptamod project. 15 minutes to you, 15 minutes to you, Natasha.
Hello, thank you very much. I hope you can see me and hear me because my screen currently is blocked, it's freezed, so.
We see you and we understand you.
Okay, good, because everything is freezed and if anything's wrong, please interrupt me so I can refresh the page. Thank you very much for inviting me. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Perugia with you because of these COVID restrictions related to entry to Italy from the country where I currently am now in Macedonia. I will present several research findings that I have prepared on the state of art of anti-corruption strategies and laws in Montenegro, and some key findings which were based on social qualitative methods and some mainly interviews and observations and data and analysis of data that I have conducted in the past year and something. So as everybody said today, also during this morning interventions from the colleague from Belgrade, the remains of the communist regimes in these countries in Western Balkans have left some cultural, anthropological, societal traces which are still implemented in the systematic, I would say, existence of corruption. And there was also a very interesting question that I answered of one of the PhD candidates of the University of Perugia. And I would like to thank also Diletta and Professor Carloni for sending me those questions. It's about the binding practices of corruptions, which are detectable in almost every country of Western Balkan. But as you all know, it is a common issue that is targeting socio-economical development and also institutional and political setting of the country. So the prevailing social and cultural norms are very strong and radicated elements that can shape corruption and existence of corruption in different manners. However, I would like to say that corruption is still a source from which no country is truly exempt. We speak now about Western Balkans, but it is, however, somebody mentioned clientelism, trade of favors, so it is a wide phenomenon that can be traced in other countries as well. And this phenomenon, this criminal phenomenon, is reported to be an area of vulnerability for the countries of Western Balkans, all these countries that we are talking about today, including Montenegro. So the findings that I have detected is that citizens of Montenegro perceive corruption to be a major problem of the political system, of the administration system, of the societal system, including education and media. And the results that I will present in short after 5 minutes show that the citizens of Montenegro that I have interviewed rank corruption as the most critical and dangerous problem to be overcome, and that their country is facing in the performance of the rule of law, in the performance of the governmental and public administration activity, and in the processes of building institutional capacity of a solid public administration. And as our colleague from Belgrade this morning mentioned, the so-called partization of the public administration is a gathering phenomenon of all these Western Balkans countries, and therefore of Montenegro. So as I have prepared in my report, in Montenegro, the government of Montenegro has adopted the regulation for establishing the Agency for Anti-Corruption since 2001. And this was the agency of the first anti-corruption state body in Montenegro, responsible for corruption prevention and raising public awareness, as well as proposing the ratification and implementation of international standards by playing a significant role in drafting anti-corruption laws, which I will mention in a short. And with the reform of the state administration, the agency becomes a directorate for anti-corruption. And this directorate deploys competences which are significantly expanded in 2007. The implementation of the last strategy, namely the strategy for the fight against corruption and organized crime, as well as the accompanying action plans, expired in 2014, which almost coincided with the opening of the negotiation chapter with the European Union. I would like to mention 3 main anti-corruption laws which are valid in Montenegro. That is the law on prevention of corruption, law on lobbying, and law on financing political entities and election campaigns. Then, in addition, laws which are regulating the fight against corruption. Of course, it goes without saying, yes, the criminal code, the criminal procedure code, the law on state prosecution, a law on judicial council, law on civil servants and state employees, a law on preventing conflict of interest, a law on free access to information, law on the prevention of money laundering and terrorism, law on public procurement, and law on financing political parties. Then there is an agency for prevention of corruption, which is a centralized institution in Montenegro, which mainly deals with prevention of corruption, and includes some control mechanism, such as misdemeanor policy and administrative sanctions for violations of law. And this is an institution set up a prevention policy and monitors the overall efforts in fulfilling the obligations by preparing Regular reports and cover various legal competences stated by the law on prevention of corruption, such as establishing the existence of conflict of interest in the performance of the public functions, and also by taking several measures in the prevention phase, also controlling restrictions in the exercise of public function, conducting the control of eventual gifts, sponsorships, donations, and controlling of data. And when it comes to protection from recrimination or other negative consequences when reporting corruption, employees are protected by the law on prevention of corruption, which contains a special section dedicated to whistleblowers and protection. The country is, according to the Article 59 by the law on prevention of corruption, a whistleblower shall be entitled to protection if he or she has been inflicted damage or if there is a possibility of damage in particular cases. Then we refer also to the law on free access to information. And there is, in the law on prevention of corruption, there is a special section for prevention of conflict of interest of public officials. As regarding the appointment of the director of agency, he or she is elected and can be dismissed by the council of the agency, which is a monitoring body composed of 5 members. And following research is carried on, the head was selected through public competition procedure, which, however, was nominated by the Minister of Justice and is finally approved by the government of Montenegro. So this is about the state of art, and shortly I would like to focus on some key findings on this social qualitative research that I have been conducted. And that is, as I said, that Montenegrin citizens rank corruption. I would like to mention that this is social qualitative methods that were conducted among citizens and representatives of public administration as well. So Montenegrin citizens rank corruption as the second most important problem in their country, after poverty and after the very low standard of living. Almost 8 out of 10 Montenegrin citizens interact with the public administration at some point during the year and face corruptive behavior. In the 12 months prior to, in the past year during this survey, almost 11% of Montenegrin citizens have been exposed, either directly through a household member to a specific form of bribery with a public official. And this bribery prevalence rate is percentage of citizens paying a bribe among those who had contact with public officials is almost up to 9%. And then there is an interesting anthropological feature, is that there is a discrepancy between the performance of bribery in public administration among urban and rural areas in Montenegro. The highest prevalence of bribery is observed in north and south regions of Montenegro. Bribe payers, those who have reported payments of bribes, have an average paid 6 bribes, or the equivalent of one bribe every 2 months. More than 2/3 of bribes are paid usually in cash, but also bribes, which is, I think, common for all countries, are paid in food, gifts, drink, or trade of specific clientelistic favors. And there is a statistic that demonstrates that the average cash bribe paid in Montenegro is around 200 euros. And in more than 40% of bribery incidents, Montenegrin citizens initiated the payment. And this was very interesting in the case study by this PhD student of the University of Perugia, that almost the initiative of paying bribery usually culturally comes from the bribe payer. And the main purpose of paying bribes in Montenegro are to speed up a specific administrative procedure, which is slow or even blocked, to receive better treatment, which is the case usually in education or medicine treatment, or even to finalize a specific procedure. But in most cases, is to speed up an administrative procedure. to finalize or to otherwise resolve a complex administrative procedure, or to reduce, for instance, police fines or police payments, and more than a half of the bribe payers pay also, the bribes are paid to doctors, police officers, nurses, education specialists, and there is a very low rate among those who refuse the payment of bribes are these usually police officers. And the general culture and awareness about the legal responsibility of reporting bribery and corruption is very low. Usually citizens lack of reasons for reporting bribery, and because they consider that there will be no legal resolution or nothing constructive will come after reporting the case. And perceptions of widespread corruption in the public sector are backed up by the experience of 9% of those who in the 3 years prior to the survey secured a job in the public administration with the help of a bribe. Then we also detect offer of goods, favors, and money to attract in political campaigns voters, trade of services, promises of employments, especially in local and national elections. And last but not least, bribery has a higher prevalence rate than other crimes such as personal theft, burglary, robbery, and assault. This is really interesting, and this is in line with the rather low crime rate in Montenegro, where citizens feel rather safe at home. And about a question that was raised within the project, within the overall research project in which I am also part, about specific cases of corruption in Montenegro. We know in the region many public politicians and public figures were sentenced to jail because of corruption, especially in Macedonia. And then the case of for instance, the famous case of the ex-president Marović jail sentence in Montenegro currently partly expires because the case was exposed to a new fugitive activity of Svetozar Marović, which is the ex-president of the former, and once a close associate with the current Montenegrin president. So this is the main, I would say, just a second, please, to summarize, to finish, I think I have a few minutes left. I would say that, however, corruption remains the main key challenge that Montenegro is facing in the process of Europeanization or democratization. And as we were speaking with the project managers, the main abuse of corruption remains in the public sphere, in the public office, in the resources for private benefit, and corruption within political parties, public administration, electoral campaigns. However, it should be said that in the recent years, Montenegro has made, however, progress in strengthening the incomplete legislation framework around issues of political corruption, because here we mainly speak about public administration and political corruption. And the implementation and the enforcement of the law on the ground, however, continue to be weak, or as one famous Italian prosecutor, Pier Camillo Davigo, said that, however, no matter how much laws are perfect, they still need to have human legs to walk. So the entities which are there to supervise the implementation of these laws are either not entirely independent, or they lack of sufficient power and resources to sanction, to punish, and to prosecute perpetrators of corruption, which is especially the case of senior public officials, politicians, and former politicians. And I think this is the case of almost all countries in Western Balkans. But we have seen, as I said, cases of prosecution of perpetrators of corruption in countries like Macedonia as well. I think that I could, I don't know what time is it now. more or less this would be. I can't hear you.
Yes, the time is over. You can conclude. I don't know if you have concluded. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind attention. I feel a bit frustrated because I don't see eye contact. I just watch the screen. Ah, okay, there are people. Hello. Nice to see you. I wish you a wonderful evening and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you too. And now we remain in Montenegro. It's time for Dusan Drakic. He's from Agency for Prevention of Corruption. And now I help him to... which is Dusan? Do you remember?
This time.
This one? Okay. But we have to share.
Okay, I can start. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to participate to this conference and to be in a position to discuss and share some of our opinions and good practice in the prevention of corruption. I will speak a little bit generally on the beginning of my presentation, and that goes in line with all previous speakers and themes that were covered during today. We can all agree that, and we all witnesses that a lot of efforts in establishing an institutional and legal framework for prevention of corruption and overall fight against corruption has been invested within the region in the past period. Anti-corruption strategies have been developed, following action plans have been implemented, and slowly, but only slowly, this region is moving forward in building its own institutional and legal framework in rule of law and anti-corruption. Also, the laws have been enacted, institutions have been established, and a lot of energy and resources have been entrusted for development of their capacities. Nevertheless, today we have not achieved the ultimate goals that should have been achieved and are related in restoring trust in the work of institutions, in performing public functions, and the integrity of the election or electoral process. Now the fundamental question is how to give a strategic response with the aim to improve the current state and achieve concrete results in the area. Here I will urge for all of you, for all countries in the region and the European Union and the University of Perugia, on the necessity for development and implement a new anti-corruption initiative and new strategic approach for building confidence and trust in work of institutions and public sector in general, and rule of law and anti-corruption. I wrote 8 main steps that needs to be taken, but it is not the end of the list. But at least first, we can, assuming that the situation in our country has not improved and that the corruption is still widespread, the first thing to be done is to return to the drawing board and rethink the problem and its solution. Many countries has the strategies, some of them has expired. We will bring new strategies, but I think that it needs to be rephrased and built in some different manner. On the second step, of course, having in mind that corruption is a complex phenomenon, this fight requires strategy or the initiative or new approach that should be clear, coherent, and comprehensive, which must comprise 3 elements. The laws must be enforced, corruption must be prevented by eliminating the opportunities for corruption, and we must educate everyone about corruption, and we must involve the community and get people to join the fight. Third step is relating to the coordination. The strategy has to be given every chance to succeed. We know now that if its three elements are advanced together from the beginning, they are stronger force than if each element acts separately. So their implementation must be coordinated. The job of coordination and implementing the strategy will have to be made by responsibility of one agency, of one authority, and if it's possible, to some independent authority like its Agency for Prevention of Corruption or similar. Fourth step is the review of the anti-corruption laws that we need to carry out and changes to make where is necessary. The objective is to have clear basic offenses, adequate penalties, but also strong investigative powers and evidentiary provisions in aid of successful prosecution. Thing is that we are changing the law every couple of years. It's a never-ending story, but still we are missing many things in this law. There are many, how to say, many things that needs to be done in the future, and it needs to be done in some organized way. Fifth step is some general trend in the region and in Europe is to have the independent and accountable agency created by the law. The law should both provide for its independence and specify the methods by which it is to be accountable to the community. It should also provide for the agency to be properly resourced from public funds with strong conditions and safeguards for the appointment and removal of the heads of the agency, and make the agency responsible for coordinating and implementing of the strategic framework, as I mentioned before. As an example of good practice, we can share with you the provision of Montenegrin law on prevention of corruption that stipulates that the minimum budget for the agency, I work in the Agency for Prevention of Corruption, should be not less than 0.2% of the current state budget. So no, there is no possibility for some politicians to give you less money if they don't like you or don't want to stop your work. Next comes to the staff of the agency or the enforcement body. It must be paid enough for a decent standard of living and be provided with adequate working conditions. Also, the Montenegrin law on prevention of corruption provides a monthly bonus to salary in the amount of 30% of their basic salary to all employees in the agency, and that can be used as a good practice, as a good example. Seventh step is at the end, I wrote two main steps for me that I think that they are critical and crucial, and we are all failed to reach the goals. First one is the community involvement. The most serious mistake that was generally made should not be repeated anymore in the future. We all know now that we cannot fight corruption without community support. The community should be involved from the outset. First, in proposing ways in way the strategy or the initiative or the agency's work is to be implemented. Second, in serving an advisory committees that will offer guidance to the agency and the other institutions on developing each element of the strategy, and as representatives of the community monitor the way the authorities do their job. This implies constant and close cooperation with media, NGOs, and university as a crucial and critical. The last one is also the agency should keep figures of what it does and should publish them. The public must be regularly informed not only about what it thinks about corruption situation in the country or the work of the agency, but more importantly, what the individual's own attitude to the corruption is. Over time, the extent of true success, the change of personal attitude to corruption will be tracked in these surveys. To conclude the list, the current situation in the countries of the region should be reviewed and analyzed. Good practice should be defined, and accordingly, improvement of the overall anti-corruption framework should be made. Finally, if we do so, we should eliminate the excuse that can be heard from the officials regarding the lack of legal framework or legal determination of the acts. To be more concrete, problems are mostly visible in the during the election process or in the election process and in the area of financing of political entities and election campaign. There is almost no country in the region in which the integrity of the election process and the overall work of the institutions during the elections have not been greatly violated. When it comes to the party financing in Montenegro, in my country, the situation is similar to other countries in the region. Certain number of laws are usually changed before every major elections. Certain shortcomings are tried to be regulated without thinking about the overall framework, just to overcome some shortcomings. There are many useful ambiguities that only the practitioners who apply the law can notice. On the other hand, such a complete legal framework cannot be an excuse for our work or the work of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption, and we are struggling to send a strong message to the community, to the public, and to give institutional response to all expressed suspicions or illegality in the financing of the election process. We are doing that by achieving the full transparency of our work and fully transparency and control of the use of public resources in the campaign. During the campaign in Montenegro, all data on budgetary spending, employment, social givings during the campaign are available and published on the webpage of the institution. Also, we are trying to maintain the close cooperation with stakeholders, including media and NGOs during the campaign, and as well as to act on all submitted complaints and suspicions of irregularities. And at the end, we are working on substantial and in-depth control of activities of political parties and their financing and campaign in accordance with the developed methodology. To conclude at the end, I've got a feeling that, I don't know, that we are somehow left to ourselves in the countries of the region, despite the existence of the large number of regional programs and initiatives, and especially in the huge amount of the funds invested in the region, as Professor Bertletti explained this morning, and other distinguished speakers. We all have similar problems in the region. We all have some problems with legislative framework, with its implementation in practice, and even though we have developed certain good practices in implementation of this framework, we do not essentially fulfill the given purpose, and we do not provide a clear reaction to all irregularities and misgivings in the system. I'm speaking generally in all countries in the region. With regards to this, I think that we need stronger regional European response, and in the coming period, special attention should be paid to strengthening trust in electoral process in the region, and especially controlling the financing of political parties. This is important even more, having in mind the fact that in the countries of the region, according to the available information that I get, political entities per year received more than 70 billion euros from the public sources and state budget for their work. That's a huge amount of money, and I'm not sure about their motive to change the system and to make it more efficient. I will stop here with my presentation. Once more, thanking to the organizers, to Francesco, to Delata, to everybody, and all participants for fruitful presentation and discussion. With general notice and hope that the recommendations and final conclusions of this project and the conference will serve as a guidance and the motive for future initiatives and regional cooperation in this field. Thank you very much. I like this. Yes, just to just to show you. Just first step. You can see the guy moving from A to B.
We are trying to go to B. Thank you, Dusan. And with this presentation, we have concluded we conclude the section of our panel dedicated to Montenegro. And now is the time to go to North Macedonia. We invite with me Konstantin Bitrakov and Elena Trepska, please. I don't know if my pronunciation... Trepska, okay. Please. But we start with the presentation of Rosetta Trajan, that is from the Secretariat of the State Commission for Prevention of Corruption in the Republic of North Macedonia. And Rosetta, for personal reasons, cannot be present, but was so kind to record her presentation. So now I go to show this presentation and then we go forward.
Dear members of our closing conference of the
Ah, e come si fa? Miei cari? Stank. Which one?
Okay.
We are going to try again.
It's my great honor and pleasure to address you this time via video call because the date of this conference is very close to another significant day in my life.
Just sorry. Now I put this at the maximum. This is already at the maximum level.
This may be the speakers. The speaker. Yeah.
Also, the speaker is at the maximum. Is everything at the maximum? Shh.
Open our ears to the matter.
Life. The Macedonian anti-corruption system consists preventive and repressive motives, and it's no different from the other anti-corruption systems. With regards of the current situation on preventive measures in the fighting against corruption and anti-corruption policy in North Macedonia, I will refer to several important segments. According to the National Report of 2020-2021 of Transparency International, the North Macedonia claimed down in its 111 place compared to the previous years, and its point balance is 35. This decline has been recorded since 2014, and according to the latest data, North Macedonia is the worst ranked country in the region. It remains at the European bottom according to the level of perception of corruption. State Commission of the Prevention of Corruption is the preventive body in the anti-corruption system in North Macedonia, and State Commission was established in 2002 during the times when the political authorities in the Republic of Macedonia had to express a strong commitment to building a system of integrity in direction of Euro-Atlantic integration and membership of Republic of North Macedonia in Greco. State Commission has been constantly fighting corruption through development of policy, improvement of legislation, development of strategical documents, education, and announcement of important information for the public. Apart from this, the State Commission can determining eligibilities in one administrative procedure, and the object of this is not sanction, but is warning, public pressure, and also elevating the work of the other state authorities which fight corruption. In order to achieve all of this, what is necessary to build public trust? According to the fifth report of the Macedonian Center for International Cooperation in 2017, every third citizen find that the State Commission is not effective at all, and the majority of the citizens, or 63.7%, found that the State Commission only protect the interests of the certain individuals, politician or appointed or elected persons, and 72% of the individuals they think there is not enough information about the State Commission in the media. So as a result of this state of affair, but also following the standard which took place in 2018, and scandal was related to abuse in the Commission. In 2019, the new law, Prevention of Corruption and Conflict of Interest, was adopted. This law received many positive marks, and all these positive marks were not in the European Commission progress report for North Macedonia, but also by the media, by the public, and by the political parties. So the main advantage of this new law is the procedure and election and dismissal of the members of the Commission. So the object of this procedure is to improve the status or the image of integrity of the members of the Commission. Another novelty in this law is the introduction to the exclusivity to examine the property status and interests of the elected and appointment person who are obliged to state this to the State Commission. And also the State Commission with this law is provided with the possibility to initiative procedure of determining eligibility in the front of the other competent bodies if it finds illegal findings of political parties, illegal findings or electoral campaign, or abuse of budgetary means in the course of the election. Also, Commission was provided for the first time with opportunity to initiate mismeasure procedure and also to impose mismeasure sanctions.